Hello, everybody. Hello. Hey. Hi. Okay, I'm waiting for rest of the students to join, so I will probably start the workshop at 5 o'clock. So everyone from waiting room is in now. Okay. Okay. Okay, very good. I hope most students join, but I like to start the workshop as soon as possible. So again, hello everybody. I hope you are doing well. I'm excited to have you here in my workshop. My name is Maryam Khaleghiyazdi. I'm an Iranian graphic designer and educator. Currently, I live in the USA and work as an assistant professor at University of Minnesota Duluth. I teach graphic design studios and typography studios, and my current research is about visualizing and illustrating my experience as an immigrant through type and illustration. And here in this workshop, I want to give you a short description or a kind of a basic description about Arabic calligraphy or writing system. Absolutely, in just 1 hour workshop, I cannot cover everything, but I hope I can encourage you to work and become familiar with Arabic writing system more. And here is my timeline. I like to dedicate about around 5 minutes for introduction, 15 to 20 minutes for teaching, showing you videos and talking about Arabic letters and how to write them, and about 5 minutes showing you different works from my previous students. And I will dedicate the rest of the class to you to work with me, and if you are interested, you can share your works with us. So let's start introducing yourself. So I just want to know your name and know why you are interested in Arabic writing system. Okay, let's start by Tiza, right?
Hi, hello.
Hello.
Yes, my name is Laura, but
Uh-huh.
I like the nickname Tisa.
Mm-hmm.
I only write in Latin.
Mm-hmm.
I'm from Mexico. I want to know about the Persian script.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Lisa. OJ, sorry, I'm a little bit wrong pronouncing your name. Yeah.
All right. Hi, I'm Ojaswini from India, and I'm an architect turned graphic designer, and I'm currently pursuing calligraphy for a year and a half. So mostly I do Devanagari and Latin scripts, but even Arabic seems very intriguing.
Perfect.
So I experience that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Nan or Nan? Okay. So, hello, I'm Nan from Dubai. I cannot talk loud. Okay, but I grew up in Dubai. I have grown up with beautiful Islamic art and calligraphy. I do Western calligraphy and I practice medicine. That's so interesting. Glad to meet you, Dr. Nan. Sophia, do you like to introduce yourself? Okay, I hope Sophia hears us. Okay. So again, glad to meet you here. Again, today we are going to have an introduction about Arabic writing system. I want to share my screen with you to show you a small PDF that I had created about Arabic writing system. Okay, so Arabic script is a kind of writing system used for writing Arabic and several other languages, like my mother language, which is Farsi. So although the writing system is Arabic, different countries with different languages try to use their Arabic system for their own language. So Persian, Uyghur, Kurdish, Punjabi, and other languages can be written in Arabic writing system. And Arabic writing system is the second most widely used writing system in the world by the number of countries using it, and the third by the number of users after the Latin and Chinese scripts. And the Arabic script is written from right to left. So sometimes this is kind of challenging and confusing for people to write something from right to left, but this is the most important difference between the Arabic writing system and Latin type writing system. And we write it in a kind of connected cursive style in which most of the letters are written in a slightly different forms according to whether they stand alone or are joined to a following or presenting letters. So for example, I have written khane or means home here, and this is written from right to left. Because my mother language is Farsi, so I mostly can talk about Farsi language written in Arabic writing system. And Farsi has 32 letters. And today I'm going to teach you how to calligraphy 4 letters, which are Aleph, the first letter that you can see here, B, that sounds like B in English, Dal, that sounds like D in English, and Jim sounds like J. The reason that I have picked these 4 letters is they include the most important strokes that Arabic writing system has. I mean, these 4 letters have vertical, horizontal, and curved strokes. And here I have included some beautiful graphic design pieces made by Arabic writing system. So these posters are designed by Reza Abedini. Reza Abedini is an Iranian famous graphic designer that his focus is on using Arabic typography, and he has designed a lot of cultural posters using letters, and his most important source of inspiration is ancient siyahmash, Arabic siyahmash. Siyahmash that I'm showing that on the left bottom are some pieces or some calligraphy pieces made of Arabic letters that usually ancient or old calligraphers did that before starting the actual process of calligraphy, and they usually did that for practicing the letters and make their hands and brain prepare for doing calligraphy. And today we consider them as individual art pieces. And the second set of artworks are designed by an Iranian graphic designer named Homa Delvarai. Homa, like Reza, has designed a lot of beautiful posters inspired by Arabic typography. And the third designer that I want to introduce you is Farhad Fuzuni. Farhad Fuzuni is a poet and a graphic designer, and we can see a kind of poetic approach in his poster designs that focus mostly on Arabic writing system. The other Iranian graphic designers who use Arabic writing system a lot in her work is Shahrzad Changalvai. She's a graphic designer and photographer who usually use 3D letter forms as the materials of her work. And the last typography graphic designer that I want to introduce is Iman Rad. Currently, Iman Rad is living in the USA, and his works and poster usually are inspired from traditional old Arabic scripts. Very good. Do you have any questions or concern right now? Okay. So yes, that was a kind of very, very short description about Arabic writing system, some of the most important Iranian graphic designers that use Arabic letters as their main materials of work. Now I wanna start the actual process of writing the letters. I have already recorded a video from myself writing Arabic letters. Okay. I hope all of you can see that. Okay, cool. Mm-hmm. Okay, the first letter that I want to show you how to write it is Aleph. Aleph sounds like A, E, O, A, and it kinds of works like A and E in English. And one of the most important things that all of you should know about Arabic calligraphy is measurement. It means that every letter form has a specific scale and measure, has a specific height and width, and we measure the height and width of each letter by width of the nib that we use. So for example, Aleph is 4 dots line. Aleph is basically a vertical line with some slight curves at the beginning and end, and it sits exactly on top of the baseline. The baseline is a red line that I have put in the middle of my page. As I said, Aleph sounds like A, O, E, and sometimes E, depends on its placement. And its height is about 4 dots. If you put a cap on top of Aleph, it sounds like A. The second letter that I'm writing is B, sounds like B in Latin. Its height is about 2 dots and its width is about 4 to 5 dots. We start writing B by a vertical line, continue that horizontally, and we end it with a small, short vertical line. If you put 1 dot underneath that, it sounds like B, a vertical line, a horizontal line, and a slight vertical line again. If you put 3 dots underneath that, it sounds like P or P. If you put 2 dots on top of T, it sounds like T or T. And if you put 3 dots on top of that, it sounds like Se or The. So by learning just one letter forms and changing the positions and the number of dots, you can create at least 4 different letter forms. The third letter that I want to describe is Jim, that sounds like J or G in English. We write it partially on top of the baseline and partially underneath the baseline. Its width is about 4 dots and its height is about 7 dots. It includes a kind of head and a large stomach or belly. If you do not put any dots on it, it sounds like he or H in English. I put 1 dot on top of it. It sounds he. Okay, as you can see, the top of this letter looks like an I and it has a large belly. If you put 3 dots inside the belly, it sounds like che or ch. And if you do not have any dots around it, it sounds like he. So as you can see, the top part of he is located on top of baseline, and this looks like a head of a bird, or it looks like an open eye, and it ends with a large belly. And depends on where you put the dots, it sounds differently. And the last letter that I want to write is dal or D. It sits exactly on top of the baseline. Its height is about 3 dots and its width is about 2 dots. It looks like a fish mouth, a fish open mouth. And it's kind of a small curve. As I said, it sounds de or D. If you put one dot on top of that, it sounds like ze or the in Arabic. In Farsi, it sounds like ze, but in Arabic, it sounds like the. And I hope Dr. Nan can help me in pronouncing. Okay. So as you saw, I have written different Arabic letters at first. I started by writing Aleph, which was actually a vertical line sitting on top of the baseline with a slight curve. The second letter that I wrote was B. This is basically a large horizontal line sitting on top of the baseline, and depends on the numbers and position of dots, it sounds differently. So for example, if you put one dot underneath B, it sounds like B or B. If you put 3 dots underneath that horizontal line, it sounds like P or P. If you put 2 lines on top of this horizontal line, it sounds like T or T. And if you put 3 dots on top of this horizontal line, it sounds like se or the or something like the. The third letter that I wrote was he. You should divide it into 2 different parts. The top part sits on top of the baseline, and the bottom part sits underneath the baseline. So the top part looks like an open eye or a head of a bird, and the bottom part looks like a large belly. And depending on the number and the location of dots that you put around or inside this letter, it sounds different. For example, this sounds like he or h. If you put 1 dot on top, it sounds like he. If you put 3 dots inside the stomach, it sounds like che. And the letter form without any dots sounds like he. And the last letter form was dal or D. It looks like an open mouth of a fish sitting on top of the baseline. Its height is about 3 dots and its width is about 2 dots. It sounds like D. If you put 1 dot on top, it sounds like the or the in Farsi or Z. Now, what I'm here, I have filled my whole paper with all of these letters, and you are welcome to overlap the wet letters and cover the letters with each other and create a lot of layers, or rotate the letters, or act however that you like with letters. What we need is just a piece of large paper filled with all of the letters. Now I put a small window and try to choose the best compositions. I want to just cut out the best part of this calligraphy piece, and you are welcome to rotate your frame or window. The more pieces that we can have, the larger and more complicated piece we can create. I'm just trying to find the best compositions of letter forms inside the window. Your piece shouldn't have necessarily filled with letters. You can just leave some negative spaces. Now I have cut out all of them, and now I try to make a secondary composition with all of these small pieces. This part is completely related and depends on your visual taste. You can make different compositions with these small mosaics, and after that, take a photo from your final composition. After taking these photos, you can bring them to computer, edit their colors, or you can trace all of the letter forms and complicated curves and composition with Adobe Illustrator and use your final piece for different usages, for example, in poster design, t-shirt design, book cover design, or however that you like. And if you are very interested in handmade work, you can just glue the pieces on a large piece of cardboard and consider that as an individual art piece. Okay, so let's show you again what I have done after writing the letters. As I said, I have filled a piece of paper with a lot of Arabic letters. I have created different layers of letter forms on a piece of paper. I have created a small window out of cardboard. Now I am cutting out the best small compositions from the larger piece. The more pieces that you can have is better, but I think you need to have at least 9 different small pieces. After choosing my small composition, I cut them out, created some small mosaics. Right now, I am creating a secondary compositions from small pieces and take a photo of it. And here inside my website, maryamkhaleghiyazdi.com, underneath students category, you can see some of my students' work. So the difference between my students' work with this workshop is they wrote all the letters by some specific wooden nibs that we call them qalam. The other material that we used was Chinese ink. And you can see some of the beautiful compositions and letter forms that my students created. So the material is completely up to you. So because I know that finding these kinds of large qalams are very difficult in the USA, and I wanted to make my workshop as accessible as possible. So I ask you to have a broad nib Sharpies instead of these wooden qalams or broad nibs. Okay, very good. So that was a kind of short description about how we write Arabic letters. Do you have any questions right now? If you have any questions, you are welcome to ask them, or you can write them in the chat box. Okay, you're welcome. Okay. Now I want to ask you, if you are interested, absolutely you are not forced. If you are interested, you can use your materials, the Sharpies or whatever materials that you have at home to write down those 4 letters. I have created a cheat sheet for you in a form of PDF. I will share it here in the chat box. So we can open it, download it, and try to mimic the letter forms on a piece of paper. And after that, you can, share your pieces with us in the chat box. Let me see, how can I share something here? Okay. I'm attaching a PDF to the chat box. As I said, this PDF is a cheat sheet including these 4 Arabic letters. The first one is Aleph, the second one is B, the third one is D, the fourth one is H and Kh. And if you like to experience writing these letters, you can use this 30 minutes time for writing them, take a photo of them and share them in the Zoom with us. You're welcome, OJ. And in the meantime, I can again share the writing video with you if you like. And please ask me any questions that you have. Polyglot Escape have any specific name? Very good question. Arabic writing system has different kind of styles. The style that I showed you is Nas. This is a style that most of the current Arabic typefaces are based on. Okay. everyone. Sorry, I sent it as a direct message. Okay, I sent it. I hope everyone can see that. You're welcome. And here is the video that I showed to you. The pen angle is about 30 degrees. It is not completely vertical. This is not completely horizontal, 90 degree. This is somewhere in between. And if you put a cap on top of aleph, it sounds like ah. And the second letter that it is showing is B. Two dots as height and 4 to 5 dots as width. We started by having a vertical line, a long horizontal line, and ended with a small vertical line or tail. If you put 3 dots underneath that, it sounds like P. If you put two dots on top, it sounds like T. And if you put 3 dots on top, it sounds like a th or se. So by learning one letter form, you can create 4 different letters. I am writing another letter form called he. Part of that is on top of a baseline. Part of that is underneath the baseline. It has 4 dots horizontally and 7 dots vertically. We start drawing an eye and after that a large belly. It sounds like a he or h. If you put 1 dot on top, it sounds like he. If you put 3 dots inside the stomach, it sounds like che, ch. And if you don't have any dots around, it sounds like he. This is the last letter form, dal, that sounds like D. This is a kind of semi-circle form. It is sitting exactly on top of the baseline and looks like an open mouth. And if you put 1 dot on top, it sounds like ze or the. And I'm showing that I have fed a large piece of paper with all of the letter forms and try to find the best compositions out of it. It can include different horizontal, vertical, and curved lines. Okay, when using a traditional qalam, what paper is ideal? The best ideal paper is kind of glossy paper. I usually use a cardboards that have 2 different faces. One side is completely cardboard and another side is completely glossy. Because the qalam is made of wood and the ink is Chinese ink, so this is very difficult to write down letters with qalam and ink on regular copy papers. I have created my compositions. Now I'm taking photo of that. You can bring the beautiful compositions to computer, edit the colors or trace the letter forms in Adobe Illustrator and create some graphical visuals for yourself that you can be used in book cover, t-shirt design, poster design, and wherever that you like. And if you are interested and are interested in, handmade works, you can just stick these mosaics on a nice piece of cardboard and see that as an individual art piece. Very good. Okay, I hope my instruction was clear for you. I know that writing a new writing system is very difficult, especially because this is from right to left. But I'm here to answer your questions, and all of you have my email address. So whenever you have any questions or whenever you like to share your work with me, or maybe ask about more resources, you are welcome to send me an email. I check my email every day, so I try to be quick as possible. Is there anybody here interested in sharing his or her work with us?
Hi.
Hi. Okay, I think you can share your work. Do you have any question, or do you want to share your work?
No, I just want to show what I have done.
Awesome. Perfect. So that was the or the. Cool. So beautiful. Did you have previous experience writing Arabic letters, right?
No. This is my first
Really?
time I am writing Arabic.
Oh my God, that's so beautiful.
I have just practiced Devanagari and Gujarati calligraphy. So yeah, I think that helped.
That was so beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing. That's awesome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there anybody else want to share his or her work? Okay. Do you have any question for me? Okay, let me see. Still working on it? Sure, you have time. You have 5 more minutes time. Let's download Tiza's work. Oh my God. That's so nice, Tiza. Let's see Tiza's work here. Beautiful. Very good. My favorite letter, all of the letters that you have written looks good, especially in the realm of scale. My favorite one is this middle khe here. That's very beautiful. And I like using 2 different or 3 different nice colors to add a sense of depth and layering to your piece. Tiza, have you ever worked with Arabic writing system before?
No, never. It's my first time.
Oh my God, I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Perfect. And I believe that working with Sharpie is much more easier than working with wooden qalam, because it has already have the ink and everything. That's why your work, absolutely, you're very talented, but it can be another reason. The letter, cool. And Tamara. Let's share Tamara's work. Interesting. Okay. And here is Tamara's work. Nice. Very good attempt. Let's find the most beautiful letters here. The J, it's very interesting because I didn't describe J, I think, but you have already written that. And this is very beautiful. This hair is very beautiful. Let's find other things. All of these 3 aleph are very smooth and beautiful. Tamara, have you ever had experience writing with Arabic system?
No, I never.
Cool. Awesome. That's very, very exciting to see people who don't know, Arabic system write in Arabic system. It's very exciting for me. Anybody else? You have 3 minutes more. Okay. And as I said, each Arabic letter form has different extra forms. It means when we want to write a word or sentence, we need to connect these letters to each other in order to create meaningful letters and combinations. And so, for example, all of the letters that I taught you has other forms as well. And by, having a very short research on Google, you can see and watch the other forms of each letter. And as I said, whenever you have any questions, I'm happy to help you and answer your question. Just send me an email. Let me just send me my email to here again. Khaleghiyazdi.umn.edu. And here is my website. I shared my contact info in the chat box. Okay, 1 more minute for some of you who likes to share your work.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, Sophie, you're showing your work here. Awesome.
I think I chose a paper that was too big, which is why it took so long.
Oh my God, that's so cool. Would you please just, take it in front of your camera? I wanna, yes, great. It is very interesting that all of you have written che or he or che, I mean the two different, large stomach, large belly character very well. It's very beautiful in your work. And this is very nice that you have been loyal to the scale of letters and have written all of those dots for identifying the height and width of the letters. That's very cool. Awesome. Have you ever had experience working with Arabic letters?
I've done one workshop.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yes, the colors were very great. Okay, very good. Thank you so much all for participating in this short workshop. I hope, I don't know, I can see you in person, face-to-face workshop in the future. But as I said, watching Arabic calligraphy from people whose mother language is not Farsi or Arabic is very, very interesting and exciting for me. And you have done a great job in this very, very short amount of time. I'm proud of you. And as I said, I have shared my contact information in the chat box. You have my email address, and I have put my website URL here in the chat box. So if you have any questions, if you like to share more works with me, or if you need any more resources, please send me an email. And thank you so much, TypeWknd, for providing this great workshop for us. If you don't have any question, have a great weekend. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Agô, Mojuba. My name is Bea, and I'm a Latin America letter maker and researcher from Brazil. And I'm here today to share with you my process into designing a typeface for the first time. I feel very grateful for this opportunity to share the impact of this subject in my life and in my work. I'd like to thank the TypeWknd crew for this opportunity. There is a Bantu word from the African language Kikongo that means heart, but also memory. Tigana Santana taught me that heart and memory work together in knowledge by heart, and ingrained knowledge, latent all the time. We are always making ourselves forget these potencies, what is dear to us, dear to our hearts, what shapes us. Everything needs to be remembered. Nothing that I try to bring here is new. Everything's already been said. Everything has been forgotten. Knowledge is memory. I usually say that this project is an attempt because it begins in the immemorial time, long before me, it doesn't end with me. And it's also an attempt to redefine my relationship with letter forms, which are my main tool of creating narratives in my daily practice that's been with me for a long time now. By relating and experimenting words, I've realized that almost nothing remained from what I learned about writing. One of the first calligraphy lessons that I had told me in these bold and wobbly letters, verba volant, scripta manent. Disbelieving the power of the spoken word, of the oral technology, which happens with the presence and manifests itself in the exercise, as Pedro Silva taught me, says a lot about the society that grows and develops itself on the basis of contracts, which sustain a chain of exploratory movements, a legacy of the European traditions that were falsely established. One cannot trust what is only said, it must be written. Leda Maria Martins, a Brazilian researcher, in her precious and generous Performances da Oralitura, invites us to transpose the order of the reading memory to another environment, orality and ritual practices. Spiraling this vast epistemological spectrum of means of creation, passage, reproduction, and preservation of knowledge, I've been developing a project in line with my typographic study, in another attempt, to bifurcate the paths and leave behind what I no longer want to perpetuate. The project is about the Yoruba language, one of the 4 official written languages that use Latin characters in Nigeria. Yoruba is used by more than 20 million people in West African countries, such as Benin, Togo, Ghana, Sierra Leone, and Guinea. On top of that is a cultural heritage in various parts of Latin America, where the diaspora was present, such as Cuba, Haiti, and Brazil. In Brazil, the country that most received enslaved Africans in the recent centuries, the Yoruba language is one of the main pillars for African cultural and ontological survival, presenting religious manifestations such as Candomblé, Umbanda, Omolocô, and the cult of Ifá. In Cuba, the language mixes up with the Castelhano, deriving the Lucumi, used in the Santeria, and is also present in Haiti, in the ritual practices of Vodou. And that's my connection to the language. The songs, the chants, the incantations and prayers for the Yoruba gods called Orishas. For a good part of my young adult life, I've lived with a person that was from Candomblé, and it was a terreiro by herself. So the language is part of my subjective construction, but it's not the first language that I learned to communicate with. As it is a pluricentric language, Yoruba has several standard versions, which may vary according to the place where it is spoken. And it's also a tonal language. Intonation is part of the semantic structure. That is, the same word can have different meanings depending on the tone that is used on the syllables. Important here to point out that the first record of a Yoruba translation with Latin characters dates from the 1800s and was made by a religious leader of the Anglican Church, Bishop Samuel Ajayi Crowther. And this brought me many doubts, since the books that I was able to access had mismatched information, and many of the Yoruba translations that arrived in Brazil was filled with text that corroborate with a racist view of the ancestral knowledge of the hero. And one example of this misconception is that the Orisha Eshu is the representation of the Christian devil, the figuration of evil, the one that must be fought and avoided at all costs, whilst this is westernized dualistic perception of good and evil does not even exist in Yoruba cosmology. Ire, goodness and blessings, and Ibi, misfortune, inhabit the same space and are in constant motion to balance themselves. In this understanding, therefore, Eshu is timeless. It takes us out of this dichotomy. Eshu is the source of all possibility, generator of all movement, allowing us to communicate. Eshu has no beginning and had no end. Eshu makes the wrong turn into the right and the right turn into wrong. Unlike other African languages, which have their own scripts, there are no records of a Yoruba writing itself, as far as I could get with my research. However, I found some examples as present here by Saki Mafundikwa in his book, The Story of Writing in Africa. Aroko is a symbolic writing that uses threads, shells, and feathers to convey messages. Another source also presents Aroko as a tool for military use and war strategies. I also found this proposal made by an authority of Republic of Benin, Chief Toluache Oguntosin, a script for Yoruba that he called Oduduwa. In a brief survey on the website My Fonts, said to be the largest among digital font distributors, using the most relevant and most recent criteria, I came across an absurd, although not surprising, result that only 10% of the fonts with serifs contain the main characters of Yoruba. In sans serifs, this number drops to 7.5%. You may have noticed that 2.5% of sans serif fonts have all the main characters of Yoruba with diacritics. But as you can see here, the diacritics are inconsistent and often illegible. This is due, among other things, to the fact that Yoruba characters themselves are not covered by the Unicode Consortium. The diacritics are essential for the understanding of the language, and the ones that are available are borrowed from other languages, such as Vietnamese and the Romanized Indic. Important diacritics above and especially below the letters are wrongly regarded as optional rather than essential for both reading and writing. The consequence of this is, for example, if you take the Articles 1 and 19 of the Declaration of Human Rights, which are articles that support the vision of freedom of expression, transmission of ideas, regardless of borders, because we are free and equal in dignity and rights, we have these gaps between the phrases. So it won't mean anything, because we don't have the main characters. This is an example how it would be like in Portuguese and in English. So during my research, I found one website maintained by a Yoruba scholar called Musa Kon, and was there that I found the first chapter of the history of this project, which started in the 80s and was first named Pan-Nigerian. It came to me by the hands of Professor Dr. Victor Manfredi from the University of Boston, and it was developed while he taught University of Lagos in Nigeria. I remember being afraid to get in touch with Victor. I don't know why. It took me a while to message him. I managed to put it all together in an interpretations email that resulted in a 2-hour video chat between the two of us. He is a very kind and generous gentleman. So he told me the stories behind the project. And back then, the idea was to define and unify a character map for typewriters and also typesetting to accommodate the main indigenous language of Nigeria. In addition to Yoruba, we have Igbo and Hausa. But like many visionary projects of the time, the Pan-Nigeria project lost its official commitment and remained just a niche technology used by scholars of African languages, but not accessible to general public without specialized skills. Like many subjects that exceed hegemonic definitions, the effort to draw came too early, as an improvisation was a big part of adapting the idea to emerging technology, and too late, since the Nigerian Congolese languages were already marginalized by global standards. In October 2020, I got a scholarship for a spot on the Principles of Typeface Design display type course taught by Juan Villanueva at TypeWknd. I decided to take this opportunity to design the first stage of the new foundation with a display version of it, which I named Onirezi. Onirezi is a word that don't belong to a language itself, but reminds me of the son of a Yorùbá. I learned with Victor that with another spelling carrying the right diacritics, it has a meaning in Yorùbá, which is shapeless or without form. From the first moment, my goal was to bring a critical view by approaching the original drawings with a different mindset and listening to the current communication needs of Yoruba users in the digital age. The beginning was very scary and full of crises. I thought about giving up several times, but every week I could see, with a little help from my friends and especially from Juan, the small advances that I was and still am shaping the letters and redefining my typographic eye, which was more used to the free forms of calligraphy. We went through the first year of the pandemic hand in hand, me, the letters, the will, the silence, and the process. Nothing happened by chance, and I'm certain that Onirezi was also made by other hands. And this is why, for me, this project is not a revival, it's an attempt. So far, I have been in contact with scholars of the language, both here in Brazil and people from Nigeria who grew up in Yoruba. Also, people from Terreiro and civilizing authorities from Terreiro, as another way to respect the ancestry present here. For some time, I wondered about the contradictory idea of crystallizing all the movements of this language into a rigid and often static support as typography. But one thing that I learned during this process, especially by reading and sharing the work of J. Mombassa, another Brazilian artist, which also makes sense in my condition as a dissident body, as I'm a non-binary person, is that to operate in the contradiction is a survival strategy. And to claim this space through this typeface, through this process, and through this whole thing is not to let myself be silenced, but not to be fully translated. So I thank those who came before me. I thank you today for your listen and attention. I would also like to thank Fernanda, who is behind the camera, and
Hello everybody, my name is Melanie Uribe and I will be talking today about teaching cultural awareness and social justice in the graphic design education and curriculum. Let me tell you a little bit about me first. I am originally from Venezuela. I have been a designer for about 20 years, and during grad school I was having some time to explore my designs, my own aesthetic, try to figure out what I wanted to say as a designer. And I realized a lot of my work focused on social justice and immigration issues. This passion has continued throughout the years, and I now try to transfer that passion into my students. Not necessarily to follow my path, but for them to try to create their own path in the world of social justice and creating some cultural awareness around them. Now, students are graduating today and entering a workplace in a world that requires individuals to be culturally aware. Cultural awareness refers to the development of consciousness of culture and the ways in which culture shapes values and beliefs. So this begins with understanding of the influences of one's own cultures. And it allows one to see similarities and differences of culture and its influence on various aspects of an individual's life. So today, intercultural awareness is a necessity for effectively navigating both home and work life. Younger generations are expected to connect and work effectively with individuals from different parts of the world, making awareness of other cultures essential, especially right now in the world of COVID, where we're not necessarily meeting each other face to face, but working in remote ways with people from all over the world. But despite the global multicultural environment that many graphic design professionals are expected to work in today, design students are often provided with little educational training on these topics. There's no cultural understanding or no global awareness behind the principles of design or the principles of typography. So the purpose of this presentation is to give you an example of a graphic design assignment that was developed with the primary objective of teaching cultural awareness and social justice to undergraduate art and design students in their first typography class. Now, graphic design is a tool for moving people to action. When design is utilized to further the cause of social justice, to promote equity and opportunity, amazing things can happen. It is important to discuss this with students early on how design promotes diversity and inclusion, brings people together to solve problems, and advocates for a progressive culture of creativity and overall well-being for individuals and communities. So this past year, as I was trying to develop a new project or a collaborative project, different than the typical social justice posters that I've done in the past, I decided to collaborate with the Latin American and Caribbean Studies program at my university. And every year, they pick a specific social justice issue to bring into the university to create awareness. And this past year, the event centered around Seth Michelson and his latest book, Dreaming America, which is Voices of Undocumented Youth in Maximum Security. It is a sad truth of our society that certain forms of language speak louder than others, such that certain voices remain inaudible no matter how important their words may be. With this book, the author, Michelson, seeks to remedy this injustice by sharing in Spanish and English the words of unaccompanied children held in maximum security detention by the U.S. Office of Refugee Resettlement. Throughout 41 poems that reflect on post-trauma, present struggles, and future ambitions. The collection offers a simultaneously tragic and hopeful glimpse into the lives of young people who find themselves out of place, asking only to be given a chance in a country that many idolize, even from behind bars. So for this project, each student received a copy of the book. They had a few months to read through all the poems. Again, those were in English and Spanish. So the students could decide which version to read. They had to create a typographic visual interpretation of the poem from the book, integrating type and image. So this was the first project where the students had to mix both typography and images or illustrations, still using the typographic principles and layout styles that have been learned in class over the weeks of the semester. And I will show you a few of the examples that my students created. So this student decided to incorporate Psalm 68:5-6 to express how God takes on the role of father to the fatherless, which is the name of the poem she selected. The poet and the student share the absence of a parental figure, leaving them to raise themselves to some extent. But she wanted the poet to know that just as God stepped in and showed her how to grow and heal, he wants to do the same for the poet. Additionally, the verse talks about how the joy God brings is enough to make prisoners like this poet sing happily. She added a gradient background to show how things get lighter as you draw near to God and he shines down from above. The rosary beads around the wrist resemble handcuffs, as it can be painful to cling to faith instead of blaming God. Even so, the poet chooses to reach out to the Lord in times of trial, not coerce him. She made the cross gold because it outshines the surrounding darkness, as shadow never overcomes light. Lastly, the scroll with scripture shows how the word surrounds him and covers him in his most painful times. So with this example, I can see how a lot of the students gravitated to specific poems because of their own background. In this example, the poem that the student chose to represent is titled Crossing Borders. It describes a young individual's dream to live in the United States with their family and their desire to break through the barriers that stop them from achieving this. One of those barriers is the struggle of learning English, which is mentioned throughout the poem several times. She chose to interpret the struggle of language by creating a barrier out of the poet's writing. The barrier consists of faded Spanish and bolder English translations arranged to mimic a chain-link fence. The bolder text represents the prominent difficulty it creates in the poet's life. The chain imagery is meant to recall visuals of border walls and cages in the viewer's mind in order to highlight the cruelty that many young migrant kids face. This design is also dedicated to crossing borders. And the poem for this student describes the struggle a person has with the depressive thoughts and confusion, where faith and prayer is what's pushing them forward during this difficult time. She created a silhouette of a person that's covering the words the person is dealing with and struggling with. Above the head are positive words that describe the faith in God. The gradient colors symbolize the hope they have in God, and the red figure on the right side symbolizes the pain behind the undocumented youth, and the blue figure on the left side represents the faith and hope that they still have in God. Here's another example where a student really gravitated to another poem because of her faith and her past experiences. So the poem in particular is called To My Mother, and it talks about how the poet really misses their mother and how their mother is beautiful and was always with them. But now there's a sadness because they don't really know if they're going to see each other again. and then the student having just lost her mother recently has really been showing a lot of those feelings in her artwork and her design. Now, as you saw, faith, prayer, and hope were threads that follow the students' interpretation of the poems. And this seems to be what's pushing them forward during this difficult time as they struggle with things. And one of the things that I noticed with this assignment, it was the great outcomes that came from the students, because they started to realize how their family history can really impact their personal and professional development, and recognizing how those past experiences affect their present decisions, such as finding an interpretation for a poem or choosing a creative typographic treatment for a specific design. Now, when students know that we hear their voices and value their opinions, they are more likely to dive deeper into the material and their own beliefs. A big part of creating a safe space for social justice conversations is knowing how to facilitate these conversations. As a professor, I don't really have the right formula for this. I'm still working on how to develop this in the classroom. But I do like to emphasize that the conversation does not need to end when the class is over. Discussions about social justice and self-reflection can be challenging, so reinforcing the idea that conversations should exist outside of the classroom is an excellent way of encouraging students to continue to think critically about the material they're about to explore. Now, another great way of making these conversations and topics more interesting for the students is to create collaborations, create some interdisciplinary work, and be able to participate in a broader discussion, just outside of the classroom. And early on, I mentioned that this was a collaborative project with the Latin American and Caribbean Studies program, because they believe that talking about social justice issues, such as the incarceration of child asylum seekers, will initiate critical thinking about what constitutes and how to build a more just society. They hope experiences such as this ones will foster respect for the dignity of all human beings and to prompt conversations about immigration, asylum policies, and the role of individuals shaping the public response to such issues. Now, the collaboration between other departments, history, languages, literature, came together as an artist book, as every classroom created their own interpretation of the poems. And I would like to show you that artist book right now. Now, this project was so successful that we will continue participating in this collaborative effort next year with the book title Detain and Punish. This book discusses the origins of our nation's immigration policies, including the mass incarceration of asylum seekers and refugees. Written by Dr. Linkskog, he discusses how the arrival of several hundred dark-skinned Black Haitians in 1991 led U.S. policymakers to embrace a policy of incarcerating refugees and asylum seekers in detention facilities and for-profit prisons. Today, over 200,000 foreigners, many who arrive as hopeful refugees and asylees, are held in maximum security prisons accused of no crime but attempting to flee from persecution and violence. With this type of projects, we hope to continue to create excitement as a means to create student interest as well in the current debates of immigration, state violence, systematic racism, and the U.S. incarceration system, but also to encourage broadened student interest in the Caribbean, the U.S.-Caribbean relations, and human rights in general. Now, I want to end just talking about how one of the most common misconceptions of design is that it is understood strictly for aesthetic, or some people believe that it's just even a hobby with little to practical use. But design and typography play a vital role as a contributor to the arts, and it also acts as a facilitator of culture and society on a global scale. I'm sure all of us here at TypeWknd agree with this. It is necessary to weave social justice and cultural awareness into the design curriculum because it allows students to explore their own worldviews and discuss them with their peers. So graphic design can really remind people of the unjust reality of our current immigration laws. It can raise awareness. It can call for change to the laws. There are plenty of high-profile issues in the news now that are directly related to immigration, and graphic design can really leave a mark. It can remind us to listen to the voices that deserve our attention, even when the barriers, both social and physical, make them difficult to hear. So I really hope you'll enjoy this presentation. I'm looking forward to continue talking about this and creating a discussion around the subject later on. And I am definitely looking forward to continuing these projects every year and to expand the projects and see new and different ways of incorporating cultural awareness and social justice into my classrooms. Thank you.
Hey, TypeWknd. My name is Tonya Meyrick. I'm a senior lecturer in design at Deakin University in Geelong, just outside Melbourne in Australia. My talk today is called Likewise, Same, Similar, Typeface Differentiation in Cultural Festival Identities. So the talk today is drawn from my doctoral studies, and I'm sharing a key aspect of the research which I anticipate will resonate with our audiences. So studies into systems of branding demonstrate that brands operate through the production of difference, and that brands have only value in their difference and distinctiveness from other brands. But then why are so many brands and sector brands similar? Adopting a position that goods as commodities are all alike, Lash and Lurie maintain that that brands are distinguishable only by the quantity of money for which they exchange, and that brands have value only in that difference, and it's their distinctiveness from other brands. So when branding moves into service, it seeks a distinct personality, and the distinct personality enables people to differentiate one brand from another. So in support of this, sociologist Celia Lurie maintains goods as commodities are all alike, with brand value in distinctiveness. So therefore, the notion of difference or brand differentiation, it's quite critical, and it's really critically important for brands. So with brand identity systems for diverse market sectors such as pharmacies, banking, theatres, airlines and financial brands so similar, one queries how differences then actively mediated. Indeed, in 2008, Trout and Rivkin reported that the company Copernicus researched 340 commercials shown in American prime time, and they identified and differentiated brand messaging in only 7% of those advertisements. So differentiation exists, according to the authors Trout and Rivkin, on the basis of a product or a service actually owning values, or real, perceived, they might be rational or emotional, and they occupy a real place in the consumer's mind, beyond the consumer just being aware of them. So it's in this fickle mind of the consumer where the values and differences are situated. So Pasikoff, who's the founder of Brand Keys Incorporated, which is a loyalty and engagement research company, says that more and more companies are having problems differentiating themselves from competitors. He says that the engineering movement of the last 2 decades of the 20th century pretty much guarantees that companies that actually make it to the 21st century were going to be virtually indistinguishable from one another. So consequently, although noted by brand marketing and advertisers that difference is crucial, it is rarely attained. So what did I do? Well, typography is an overlooked yet essential element of cultural festival identities, but I don't have to tell you that. I'll now present a summary of empirical examples from a controlled study of 260 festival identities, which I surveyed from a pool of over 5,408 from 15 English-speaking countries. So the festivals occurred between 2016 and 2018, and the countries include Australia, Ireland, New Zealand, Canada, the USA, UK, Jamaica, Bahamas, Belize, Barbados, Trinidad, Tobago, St Kitts, Nevis and St Lucia. And you can see a beautiful array on the screen here. The gorgeous Kapiti Coast Festival in New Zealand. We've got Bestival in the UK, the Brisbane Festival in Australia. We've got the Cygnet Folk Festival in Tasmania, Cave City Watermelon Festival, and there's some really vibrant results. And so what I did was, my method was I employed a case study method involving a content analysis that was engaged to really allow for quite a deep understanding of what was happening. So the content analysis is based on contemporary typeface classification examples to differentiate or to subdivide the typefaces used in all of these identities, because I really wanted to find out what was being used. And that informed the case study, which was more qualitative. And so the case study engaged festival directors, designers of festivals, publicity officers, media officers in semi-structured interviews to sort of find out why they were using these specific typefaces. So a case study, and this is a graphic showing how many festival examples I got from each of the countries. And I used randomizer.org just to kind of eliminate the bias that I would have about wanting to choose festivals that I want to choose. So this is Bevington & Chong's typeface classification system. This was published in an article in 2013, and you can see their classification system divides all typefaces into either display above the line or text below the line. So below the line in text, their typeface classification system shows sans serif, serif and slab serif as the three main categories of typefaces. And they've broken them into geometric, I can draw on the screen, into geometric, into contemporary, into humanist for the slab serif. And then for serif, you can see that they have worked on a modernist, transitional, old style, and for slab serif, geometric, contemporary and humanist. Under the display category, they've broken them into black letter, topical and freehand. So you can see there that black letters cursive, rotunda and textura, topicals style, place and time referencing, and freehands into brush, cursive and script. So what I did is I processed all of these festival identities to find out what was being used. And the results were really quite interesting. I will now show you what I found. Out of the 260 brand marks that I surveyed, the findings revealed that the typefaces used in the festival identities were found to reside mostly, and that's a 64% mostly, in Bevington and Chong's text category. So that incorporates serif, sans serif and slab serif, so all of the sections below the line. So this was revealed in 64.6% of the cultural festival identities across the world in English-speaking countries. And then 35% resided in the display categories. So this was really quite a bit of a surprise to me. I didn't expect that. And so I looked further into the breakdown of these typeface attributes. And I came up with more information. So of the text category, and you can see that on the right here, sorry, left, text category, sans serif typefaces was 67% found to be exhibited in these festival identities next to serif and slab. And then over at display, topical typefaces were the majority of display typefaces, and then freehand. But of course the text typefaces were found in almost 65% of all typeface examples. And so that was really rather interesting to find that out why. So I looked deeper into this and discovered that looking into that sans serif and serif, slab serif breakdown, contemporary sans serif typefaces were found to exist in over 50% of all examples. 38% resided in the geometric classifications, with the remaining amount in the humanist. So that was a phenomenal finding. Some serif typefaces were discovered and some slab serifs as well. However, the majority of all typefaces that were found resided in text, sans serif and contemporary sans serif. Wow, super interesting, right? I know, for nerds like us, we absolutely love this. So I thought, that's just bizarre. Let's look a little bit deeper into this. So why is contemporary sans serif typefaces the most frequently used typefaces? Well, they're deployed across the spectrum of all possible festivals. Like this could be a yoga festival, an arts festival, a shrimp festival, could be a watermelon festival, it could be a music festival, film, nature, art, sport, feminism, children's. There was really no end to the sort of festival that these typefaces were being applied in. And the finding of similarity in typography use was really across this large corpus of material. It was really very interesting. So it raised the question, why is the use of contemporary sans serif typefaces so prevalent? Well, what really is the difference? With over 250,000, and we know there's more, typefaces available for use, why are festivals using a typeface that resided in one classification? Well, pursuing this inquiry launched interviews, semi-structured interviews and e-surveys. And I asked directors, festival directors, designers and producers for their feedback about my findings. And through these methods, I discovered a few other interesting facts to sort of add to my research. From 9 hours of interviews and getting 17 back from my 260 e-surveys, the answer of why was that contemporary sans serif typefaces were used because they were perceived to attract audiences and they were seen as universally appealing, and they signified, and the term that I discovered, differential conditioning. So if then comparable visual and typographic attributes are shared, how do brands signify difference? Through brand identity. it's clearly cited as a distinction to brands, and we know that scholars attest that the description, identification and creation of value is the most important function of a brand mark. Yet if the sector's identities are so visually and typographically similar, what's the difference? As noted above, only 7% of those 340 primetime ads demonstrate difference. So companies are often virtually indistinguishable from each other. And indeed, that was proving to be the case in cultural festival identities. So it's well known that differentiation is an avenue of interest for many, and it brings together multiple threads about how we can research design and what provides an avenue for greater creation of value. So corporate branding specialists Vella and Melloware acquiesce, stating that the identity provides managers with a strategic resource for building and for delivering value among employees, and above consequently employee retentions, recruitment and loyalty. And over time, these sorts of attributes endure, become strong, and they fuel profitability, growth and competitive advantage. So that's the brand value that may speak and ensure differentiation. So this pragmatic reflection, however, is tempered by Per Mollerup, who frames that differential conditioning is organisations use their design position to use the design to position themselves in a conceptual relationship with competitors, and that means that they share key visual and typographic attributes, and this is really achieved by organisations' identity implicitly defined by the visual identity of other companies. It's differentially conditioned by a trade convergence. So we can often see this and how this has happened over the years through motifs in particular industries. And you remember the examples I showed earlier of airline companies, of banking brands. So here you can see that differentially conditioned identities are apparent through the use of specific industries and particular motifs. For example, snakes have been used for centuries as symbols of worship, of love and health and medicine, and repetitive use of this symbol enables the association of the symbol with medicine and pharmacy. And it's the same here in drama through theatre masks, and also through the use of snakes, as you can see on the screen. So likewise, to be same and to be similar in attaining a place next to or near your competitors. So sharing attributes in the visual identity means residing in the stratosphere of other brands. And this can be thought of as exchanging meaning or engaging with the cultural codes of typefaces. So meaning exchange is possible in this world as they're deployed to specific groups and individuals in society. And it's really about sharing those goals and those attributes of a predetermined sign, as you can see through the lineage of different, say, pharmacy brands here. So we consider this as a transitivity of signs, whereby there's an active yet symbolic exchange of meaning and knowledge from one sign to another. So it's highlighting that there's strength in ensuring convergence of a sector brand, and that ensures that they inhabit a space near to or close to another. So meaning exchange is possible, and it's really the strength to ensure that convergence about attributes flowing from one to another. So we know that typography performs a crucial role in branding beyond its familiar utilitarian value, and this should include consideration of both value and meaning value, use value and meaning value, or what I like to term the type value construct. This is a key term of a brand identity, and I think that it performs in developing an organisation or a company's market position, and it shouldn't be diluted. The importance of a brand identity to secure and sustain competitive advantage, we know, is key. The importance should be placed on the visuals of any brand, and in this context, brand identity is often the first and foremost and most prominent constituent of the visuals for any organisation. However, as clearly defined by critique of differentiation of brands, the more powerful the perceived value of these brands in the minds of the consumer, the stronger a brand will be in the market. So, brand value should speak to differentiation. What about homogenization? Well, the findings highlight that to a certain extent there is homogenization of typefaces seen across the festival scape. So this may well be attributed to several factors, including the need for a modular digital first system where alignments with templates or interfaces are key, or attributed to the results of globalization, where the potential to emphasise cultural difference lays idle for the superseding or perceived universal voice. It's the standardisation which may be seen as a reach for the less is more mantra, which pervades much contemporary design outputs. However, all this relates to thinking about how a competitor might render themselves different in the market and outside the pack. So reflecting on the findings, it becomes evident that using a font with personality, or even if only subtle, is the way to go. So you've got to be that disruptor. And indeed, one of my lecturers in art school said, if you've seen it before, don't do it again. And indeed, one of the designers I spoke to regarding their brand identity for festivals had noted to me that the following year they were going to be engaging the black letter typeface. Well, this festival has a really strong dedicated audience and it has no need to be near to or next to competitors, so it can be that disruptor. But can smaller festivals launch such bold moves? Well, time will tell. So in conclusion, the findings presented today in the paper for TypeWknd sustain typography functions as a culturally mediated sign and festival identity. And it really highlights that typography is part of a wider social and cultural system. The findings provide a sort of synchronic snapshot of a significant contemporary design artifact, providing designers, marketers, scholars, students, anyone working with typography as a portrait of the times. So for the findings, it reveals untapped potential when designing for this rich industry sector. Have a great Type Weekend.
Hi everyone, this is Fonts for Video Games. I'm Justin Penner, a typeface designer based in Vancouver, Canada. I've been researching video games and how game developers use fonts, and I've made a lot of interesting discoveries, so I thought it would be nice to share with everyone at TypeWknd. So, in the first part, I'm going to talk about the technical side, so how do fonts work in video games? How do you load a font into a game engine? What kind of file formats are supported, and so on. Then in part two, I'm going to talk a little bit about some opportunities that I think are out there for type designers and foundries to work on fonts for the game business and to sell fonts to game developers. Then in part three, I'm going to look at how we can improve typography overall in games and build the ecosystem of fonts in video games. So, section one, font support in game engines. So just for a bit of background, there's a lot of different game engines that game developers use, but the top two would definitely be Unreal and Unity. So Unreal and Unity are basically the two that you would see used for a lot of big blockbuster games that are released on a variety of different consoles, and they're by far the biggest. But there are hundreds more. So if you're an indie game developer, you might also use Godot or RPG Maker or one of hundreds of others. So how do you load a font into a game engine? Most game engines use a pretty similar system, but the downside is they don't directly load a TTF or an OTF file. You have to convert it first. And you might be able to do that in the game engine. But basically, what you need to do is open your font file and then convert it into a sprite map, which is like the image you see here. So that's a sprite map of a font in a couple of different sizes. And basically what it does is it dumps all the glyphs of the font into an image, rasterizes them, and then saves it to a PNG file or something similar. And then there's a second file that has all the data that tells the game engine where each glyph is and what Unicode it maps to. So you're probably thinking that might cause some problems when it comes to things like OpenType features, and you'd be 100% right, because OpenType features are not supported in most game engines, which means that you can't have ligatures, you can't have kerning. You can sometimes have kerning, but kerning is pretty rare and difficult to set up in a game engine. And you can't have shaping, so there's no support for complex scripts like Devanagari or Arabic. So what does it look like once you've loaded the font into the game? So this is an example of a 32 pixel sprite, and then showing what it looks like in 3D, and then what it looks like in 3D with some smoothing applied to it, which basically makes it blurry instead of showing the pixels. So none of those look very great, especially if you're in a 3D environment and you're looking at it up close. So another way of rendering in video games that's not nearly as common but is starting to be supported by some game engines is called sign distance fields. So basically a sign distance field is kind of a hybrid format that's sort of like a raster and a vector image combined. So the image itself is saved as a raster image, like the glowing white A you see in the top left there. So that's a 32 by 32 pixel image of an A, and the white and the black and the grays in between represent the distance from the edges of the letter. And then the rendering engine is able to render a letter that has sharp edges. But obviously you can see there's some problems. There's some bent corners and some rounded corners and some kind of glitches. So to improve on that, someone came up with multi-channel sign distance field rendering, which basically splits the distance field into 3 separate layers, which can easily be saved in an RGB file. And it gives you much better quality even at a smaller size, like 16 by 16 pixels, as you can see. The only downside of that is, as I mentioned, there's not a lot of game engines that support it yet. All right, so part 2. What kinds of opportunities are there for type designers and foundries in the world of game development? So I think the first opportunity is to go to the game developers and sell to them directly through the marketplaces where they buy assets. So a lot of game developers will buy 3D models and plugins and artwork and stuff like that, sound effects for their games from a marketplace like ArtStation, or one that's specifically for their game engine like Unity or Unreal. And then there's a really interesting indie platform called Itch. Itch is actually a distribution platform for games, for indie games in particular. So it's like an indie version of Steam. And people can go there and buy small indie games, but the indie developers also can buy and sell assets on the same platform. I definitely recommend checking it out. So the next opportunity, I think, is making licenses workable for game development. So I think that's probably the biggest problem that I've seen, which is that font licensing, as we all know, is quite complicated, and there's a lot of different things to think about when it comes to font licensing. And it gets even more complicated when you're on the client end, reading licenses from different foundries and trying to figure out which license is appropriate for your project and what you can do and what the restrictions are. So if you're a game developer and you're developing a game for a variety of different platforms, or maybe just one platform on the list here, PC, console, mobile, or web, and you want to use a font in the game, which license would you pick? A desktop, web, app? Probably not an ebook license. If you start with a desktop as the first example, a desktop license is going to cover design and development of the game and the artwork surrounding it and the marketing materials, but it's not going to necessarily cover embedding inside the game. So then we need to move on to something else. Would a web license make sense? Probably not for a PC game or a console game, but for a web-based game or a mobile game that's browser-based, maybe. But also that doesn't really seem like the correct intent of a web license. A game feels like it would be more of an app, right? So an app license could maybe apply to all of those. But the problem with an app license is that most of them are written, most founders write their app licenses in a way that they're expecting that the font binary, the actual software for the font, the TTF or the OTF file, is going to be embedded in the game and distributed to the end users, which is why an app license costs a lot more. But as we've seen in the previous slides, that's not how it works in a game engine. The game engine pre-rasterizes the font first and then loads it in as an asset in a sprite map, as we saw. And so that doesn't really fit with the terms generally on an app license, because app licenses often still won't allow things like converting to a different format. So what about a game license? Well, that sounds like a great idea, but it doesn't exist yet. I've never seen a type foundry that has a license specifically for games. But considering how games don't really fit into any of the other categories, maybe it would be a good idea to come up with a separate game license. Another opportunity for catering to game developers would, of course, be to design pixel fonts. So pixel fonts are easy to design, they're fun to design. You can design one in an hour. And to be honest, there aren't a lot of pixel fonts out there that have everything that a game developer needs. Most pixel fonts either have a limited character set, or maybe they're not very well designed, or they're in a strange format that's difficult to convert, or they just don't have clear license terms. So I think if you can design a pixel font that has an extended character set, and maybe it's creative, looks interesting, and has some really clear license terms to use in games, I think that would be amazing. All right, part 3. How can we improve typography in games overall and kind of build the ecosystem to use better fonts in games? So as I already went over, improving font licensing is a huge one. Like I said, I haven't seen any font foundries that have a license that really works for game development. So coming up with a new license is absolutely essential. There's a lot of different terms that exist in most font licenses that basically prevent game developers from using them in the first place, like no modifications. Does that mean that you can't convert it to another format? Some of them specifically say you can't convert to another format. Is rasterizing it, does that count as converting it to another format? I don't know. You can look at it the other way, that the conventional wisdom says that license restrictions no longer apply once the text has been rasterized. And a lot of designers and type designers think about font licensing that way as well. But if you think about it that way, then all you need is a desktop license to embed a font in a game, which doesn't quite make sense either. So bottom line, licensing needs to be rewritten, and maybe a separate game license for games. So the next thing we can do to improve typography in games would be to design fonts specifically with game engines in mind. So that doesn't just mean pixel fonts, but pixel fonts are popular with games, of course, and they're a lot of fun to design. So designing more pixel fonts, and then also keeping other things in mind when you're designing more traditional fonts that might be used in a game, like the fact that you might not have kerning, you might not have access to ligatures or open type features, and then also legibility is a big deal as well in games, because there's a lot of things that can cause the text to become distorted or blurred or whatever. So legibility is a big issue. And one last thing that you can do is help with tool development. So there's a lot of developers and coders in our community, and probably the first and most important problem in my mind is bringing more language support and shaping to game engines. So there's a lot of people probably watching this talk that know a little bit about shaping, or that have worked on tools for shaping, and maybe there's some way that they can be ported to game engines, because currently there's no support for in most game engines for any sort of complex scripts. Another type of tool would be rasterizing tools. So there's only one kind of standard rasterizing tool that's probably used by game developers across the board, which is Angel Code's BM font. They're the ones that developed the BM font format that most game engines use, but their tool is only available for Windows. So it'd be nice to have more of a universal tool that's cross-platform and gives the same results everywhere. But that doesn't currently exist, as far as I know. Another thing that would be helpful would be maybe some plugins for different font editors to allow exporting bitmap fonts in different formats. And then also when you're developing, let's say, a pixel font in glyphs, you're drawing a vector component of a tiny little square, and then you're reproducing it on a grid, basically. So you're creating a vector version of a bitmap font. So it would also be helpful to have some conversion tools for converting that to an actual bitmap font, and vice versa. So that's basically it. I just wanted to encourage everyone who might be interested in games or interested in looking at targeting a certain vertical to look at the video game business. It's $180 billion a year worldwide as of last year, which is more than the movie business and the music business combined. So I think there's probably a lot of opportunities there. So just to wrap up, I wanted to tell everyone about a font I've been working on at the same time here, which is Player Sans Mono. It's a pixel font for game developers. It's built on an 8x8 grid, and then 8x13 for the Latin extended set. And it comes in 4 different styles. And basically the main weight, the second one you see from the top, is based on the Atari font that probably anyone who's played video games in the 80s and 90s is familiar with. It's loosely based on it. So that's actually in the TypeWknd goodies bag, and you can also find it on GitHub at the link below. And that's it. Thanks for watching. Thanks to everyone at TypeWknd for putting this together. And you can also check the link I've posted here for the slide deck and transcript if you're interested.
Hi everyone, my name is Elisabeth and thank you for joining me for Exploring Vernacular Type in Hanoi, a presentation for TypeWknd. As I mentioned, my name is Elisabeth Kvernen. I'm an assistant professor at the School of Media Arts and Design at James Madison University, which is in Virginia in the United States. I lived in Hanoi from 2016 to 2020. Hanoi is a city in the country of Vietnam. And during this time, the urban landscape changed dramatically as much of the city's vernacular signage was taken over by a bland and uniform version of corporate advertising. The city was growing and has been growing at an incredible pace with new construction happening left and right. But at the same time, this traditional Vietnamese culture was existing side by side. So I began to document and photograph some of Hanoi's distinctive hand-lettered signs and typography, and for me this was a way of capturing and documenting this before it disappeared. So in this talk I'll bring you on a journey through the streets of Hanoi using these images as a guide. So join me for a taste of the authentic local typographic flavor of Hanoi. Today's talk won't go into a lot of technical details. Think of it as exploring a place that you may have never been to. If you have, please join into the discussion. I'd love to hear your perspective and thoughts. And this is a way of gathering type inspiration. So before we dive into the images, let's look a little bit about, learn a little bit about the Vietnamese script. So the script was Romanized, the writing system in Vietnam was Romanized beginning in the 17th century when Catholic missionaries needed to transcribe scriptures for their new converts. Before this, Vietnamese had been writing using Chinese ideographs in a script called Chữ Hán. Individual Chữ Hán characters are still written by calligraphers, in this image on the right, for example, for special occasions such as the Vietnamese New Year called Tet. These calligraphers are still present outside Buddhist temples, and this script is still studied for scholarly and religious purposes, but for all other reasons, the script in Vietnam is written in the Latin characters. But there are some modifications. So the alphabet is listed here on the left, and there are 29 letters, 7 of which, these ones on the right, are modified from what we might see in the traditional Latin script. And they have diacritical marks. Some are connected and some are not connected to the letter. There are also tonal marks. So these are in addition to the modifications of the letters. There is a rising tone, sort of a rising forward slash accent. There's a backward slash grave accent. There's one that looks like a hook, this sort of a question tone, a tilde accent, a dot underneath, which is a sort of a hard stop, and then there's a tone that has no accent, which has no markings. So all of these change the sound of the letter or the word, and they are paired with any letter modifications. So there is a great variety of different letter forms and diacritical marks than we may see in a traditional Latin script. I did want to cite my sources here and give a shout out for this book and website on Vietnamese typography by Donnie Chung. and that is the URL, VietnameseTypography.com. It's been really useful for me as I learn more about this, and it's definitely the go-to resource, so I'd encourage you to check it out if you are interested in learning more. So Vietnam in context, I lived in the capital city of Hanoi. Vietnam is in Southeast Asia here, and Hanoi is in the north part of the city, of the country. It's a major metropolitan area. The 2021 population is estimated at 4.8 million, and with the larger metropolitan area around 7.5 million. In 1950, by contrast, the population of Hanoi was 260,000. So a huge amount of growth in the last few decades. And this rapid population growth has been accompanied by rapid development, lots and lots of buildings and lots of companies. The culture of Hanoi tends to be more traditional than its sister city of Ho Chi Minh City or Saigon in the south. But there is a growing influx of large companies and corporate advertising international brands. So a bit about the project. I began to photograph some of this Hanoi's distinctive hand-lettered signs and typography to try to document that before they disappeared. You can see here on the left what might have been more of a traditional signage in Vietnam, spray painted on the building, written on the walls. And here, this is sort of graffiti / signage spray painted on walls. This is sort of the intermediate signage, I would say, is very common in Vietnam today, sort of traditional, just simple type on a colored background. But more and more you start to see these international brands coming in, Loteria, lots of Korean, lots of other Asian brands that are coming in. And this is really what a lot of the streets look like in Hanoi now. So the type that I photographed was really type in the wild. It's not produced by trained professionals, but it's still a source of endless creative inspiration, and a lot of it is just really truly unique. So for those of you who want to follow along on the map, well, I'll just reference this first. I did produce or document this all on Instagram to begin with, so if you'd like to check that out, my handle there is, or there's a hashtag Hanoi Type. My profile is at Kvernen. Where I have a few different projects going on, but if you want to check those out, you can. Also, I've compiled a map where you can see sort of a live version of where each of these signs is located, and I'll just pull that in here to give you a sense of what that looks like. So if you click on a certain section, I've organized the signs into different sections. So there's services, food, shopping, and community, and so different types of signs, and this will just show you where they are on the map, so you can click through and see more about them. And that is located at bit.ly link 3INENMH in case you want to actually see it on the map. So I guess we'll go ahead and look at some images now. So to start with, the services section. This sign really captured my attention from the beginning. It was actually part of my inspiration for starting this project. I love the color differentiation here. This is for a cobbler, for someone who fixes shoes and sandals. And the sort of commercial culture of Vietnam is very entrepreneurial. So a lot of people will have multiple sort of side gigs. So maybe this is someone who has a little shop, but also they do cobbler work. And so they just affix the sign on the side of the road and went from there. The next one is similarly affixed to a light pole on the side of the road. There are more motorbikes in Hanoi than people, so services for that are very much in demand. This is someone who's pumping, patching, and fixing motorbikes and selling gasoline on the side of the road. This is for a sort of a service station basically behind my house. They had a little spot of land and that they would change oil, fix bikes, and wash motorbikes here behind my house in an alley. Another service for motorbikes, pumping and changing tires and tubes. This is the major road that I lived off of, and someone had set up this on the side. You can actually see another little one here on a rock there, but very much just throw up a sign where you can. Again here, this is some kind of electrical box, and someone has put up a sign for fixing keys and locks. So they posted that right there and with their phone number. This is a really common type of sign, the spray painted phone number and basically some shorthand for someone who's fixing concrete drilling, doing concrete drilling and cutting, so it's perfectly appropriate that they have sprayed this onto a concrete wall. This next one is a Seom, which is a motorbike taxi, and so they've drawn this out in very nice proportional letters, and most likely it's on some kind of electrical box on the street, and so most likely they usually park right by it and would be prepared to take someone on their bike, should that person ask. This next one is similarly someone who's waiting around for, they haul cargo. When we actually moved in Hanoi, we used this type of cart, which is essentially fixed to a motorbike, and someone will throw your stuff in the back and move it around, and so that's a service he was offering with this really nice sort of calligraphy script here. This one is for a house for rent, an advertisement someone stuck outside their gate, and just love the colors and the precise forms of these letters that someone put together. This is a wall newspaper drawing center, and appropriately it is drawn on a wall. It's actually quite large, kind of hard to see the scale here, but just love that. That is a thing that people would still be learning. And this one is one of my favorites. This is the name of a power station that has been sort of stenciled onto the wall or drawn onto the wall here. It's not even advertising anything, but it just has, they've done a really elegant job of, and colorful job of documenting the name of this power station. Someone here is washing cars, and so Zuos Sea is the translation there, and so they may have stenciled this on the wall. This is actually quite large, and then set up shop here with a hose and a bucket, and they are washing your cars. The last service here is someone who's fixing keys. I actually got my keys duplicated at this shop. Super handy and helpful to have the sign. Next category we'll move into is a food category. So this is a shop that's advertising multiple types of dishes, from noodles on the left to bun, and banh mi is a sort of a, maybe you've had it before, a sandwich, a baguette sandwich, and che is an iced dessert. So lots of different delicious options here, all detailed in handwritten type. This next one is using the basket. That's a traditional basket for serving food, to write the sign for chicken rice. A chicken rice dish was delicious, and just love how that M has just kind of been squished there on the right, morphed to fit into the basket shape. This next one again is using the basket for advertising their Vietnamese, their baked rice paper, for about 50 cents US dollars. And then this one with so much dimension to the type is advertising spicy bean vermicelli, which is a really delicious dish. This is a guy who set up outside my work, and he is selling different types of sweet potatoes. So this day they were long and purple, and the next day they were sweet, orange and sweet, from the city of Dalat. And I just love those signs. I love how he's drawn them out in this little spiky text here compared to the swirly letters of the purple sweet potatoes. This is honey, an advertisement for honey, written out in very typographic form of sans serif, very clear and straightforward. Someone attached it to a tree. This is a coffee shop with some swirly rope letters called Mok. And then another coffee shop. This is Keng Cafe, which is, this K that almost looks like a V but has a lot of dimension and is very swirly in the outline text. There's a lot going on here with this illustration too that I kind of love. This is a really typical sign, but I think I chose it for the color. Is advertising a nutritious rice porridge, but it kind of gives you a sense of some of the streets and what they look like, with lots and lots of type. This woman is walking around with a shoulder pole and two baskets where she's selling sticky rice cakes with sausage, and she's kind of written that out on a little almost chalkboard. And I love the sort of clear handwriting that she has there. This is a mobile cafe. It's sort of for a black bean sweet beverage that is all set up with ice and everything, and they'll mix it up for you there on the go and then move from one place to another, sort of a proto food truck, but on a bicycle. Here's another example of like what a typical little side shop might look like, with lots of layered and competing typefaces and words. So this is advertising a few different dishes, but one of them is vermicelli noodles and one of them is banh mi, which is the bread sandwich. Here you can get iced tea on the street. There's a nice little stool, and you can just pull up your stool and get some iced tea. And then moving into the shopping category, this is a secondhand shop. Some of it's in English, so you can catch that maybe, but they're buying and selling, and it's got a bunch of different phone numbers. Lots of text there thrown at you. And this is one of my favorites, the sandal shop called Zip, which is the word for sandals. And it has a tonal mark, a diacritical mark here for the tone, the rising tone. And they've used the sandal to be that tone in the letters, and just love that. Here's a sign asking people to respect local customs and traditions or culture, and I thought it was really nicely paired with this mural drawing, and it was in an area with a lot of foreigners, so perfectly appropriate, good message. This again is a community sign. In each of the local neighborhoods there would be a chalkboard on the wall, and whoever the community leader was would go over and they would write up the announcements on that chalkboard. And so this is just walking past, took a picture of one of these chalkboards and thought that was such a great example of public signage and such an unusual practice that we don't see, at least in the US. Here's another community-oriented sign. This one says, "No littering is allowed here. Take the trash out of the road and put it in the trash can." So as you can imagine, with that many people, there is some littering challenges at various points. So there's lots of sort of homespun signs encouraging people not to litter. Here's another one, "No littering is allowed," and that one's more of a spray-painted version. And another take on that is this on the toilet lid is a sign, "History has a culture of not leaving the trash in the yard." That's a rough translation, but essentially calling on this tradition that says, hey, we don't litter here. Another sign for not parking in front of the garage. This kind of thing springs up quite regularly because parking is definitely an issue in a large city. And then finally, this just house number that shows up on the side of an alley street, and that is a typical look for Hanoi because of the sort of layers of paint and the way that the humidity interacts with the concrete. They can be much decayed, those street signs. So I think that handwritten and vernacular type is increasingly rare in this modern world, with the growth of corporate advertising and consolidation of brands. And I think it's something worth acknowledging and celebrating and learning from. So I hope by spotlighting this, it will become something that we learn to value and preserve. And I also hope that you enjoyed this trip through some of the signs and alleyways of traditional Hanoi. Thank you so much for joining me. If you'd like to be in touch, you can find me on Instagram and as well on my website, elisabethkvernen.com. And I look forward to talking with you more and engaging with questions.
Hi, Olivia.
Hey, Micah.
Hi, Steph.
Hi, Micah.
And hi, everybody. We are the League of Movable Type, the first open source font foundry. You might know us from the weekly typographic podcast and newsletter, but we're coming to you live from TypeWknd this weekend. I'm Micah. I'm joining you from New York State.
I'm Olivia. I'm joining you from Brooklyn, New York.
And I'm Steph, and I'm joining you from Melbourne, Australia.
And we are here to share a few of our favorite talks that we loved and give you a couple that you can look forward to tomorrow. Shoot, what an incredible day 2.
Who doesn't love a Friday? Here we are, end of day 2. We've got a bunch of videos under our belt. We still have a few more days to go, but man, was I super impressed by the talks today. The great knowledge just keeps on pouring. Oh my goodness. I'm so excited to hear everyone's favorites from the day. I'll go ahead and start. One of the talks I loved was Exploring Vernacular Type in Hanoi by Elisabeth Kvernen. Wow. Again, like a very human look into the typography of a city, very anthropological. It takes you to a different place completely through this talk. Incredibly immersive visuals of vernacular type throughout the city. And Elisabeth also gives a brief history of Hanoi, Vietnam, which I didn't really know much about before watching her talk. I love that she describes her talk as a taste of authentic local typographic flavor of Hanoi. She talks about how there is a lot of handwritten signs in the city, but they are slowly disappearing because a lot of international companies and brands are moving into the city and taking this handwritten signage off the street and putting in more corporate looking typography. So it was her mission while she was living there to capture this handwritten charm and so much heart and soul that was into the letter forms. If you love looking at kind of handmade letters, and often these letters were not even done by professionals, they were done by amateurs, but they had so much love to them and so much charm and so much culture. I absolutely loved taking a walk through Hanoi with her virtually in this talk. And then another talk that I loved was All Set, about characters, glyphs, and which to set to include in your font, from Nina Bothoff. And it really offered an approach to figuring out how many glyphs to draw in your typeface, which I think is actually like a pretty open-ended question these days, with different language support that's necessary for your character and glyph set, and maybe alternates. I know people love putting in like fun extra glyphs in their typefaces. So, you know, she kind of addresses when and where to bring in extra glyphs or alternates, talks about functional reasons, talks about aesthetic reasons, and then she actually defines the difference between a character set and a glyph set, which I thought, I haven't heard that differentiation before, so love some new vocab words that we got out of that. And I loved her phrase that said, just because you're not getting customers from a specific nation or region doesn't mean there isn't a need for language support of that region. I felt, right? That was like really, I think really relevant. Definitely a highlight. Loved kind of messaging she had in her talk. And then one last shout out to Fonts for Video Games, Overlooked and Underserved by Justin Penner. So eye-opening to the different way type is formatted within video games. I can guarantee you most type designers are unaware of the super different format that is required for video games. And he talks about what you need if you want to market your font for a video game and what sort of license that might be better for that sort of thing, because there's not a standard one that exists at the moment. And he like ended it with the mind-blowing fact that the video game business is $18 billion worldwide. And that's what the number was in 2020. And that's more than the movie and music industries combined. Yeah, wow. So like that, if anything was to sell you for trying to make fonts for video games, it might be some cold, hard numbers.
I got to go back and watch that. That sounds so interesting and out of the box.
Absolutely.
Time to get the Game Boy back out, Olivia.
Oh, yes.
I was a Game Gear kid, personally. I had Sega.
Oh, no. I was definitely into the Nintendo side. Yeah.
You guys are like, what's that?
Mario Kart for life. All right, Steph, let's hear what you've got for us.
So yesterday I mentioned that I was really looking forward to the talk by Jayashree Shidar, who talks about creating from Kupai and finding the type in the trash. And I just love this, similar to you were saying, Olivia, this real human approach. And that's one of the themes I've noticed across the talk so far and across the weekend, looking at what's coming up as well, is around this just how people are finding typography in different places, be it old signs, be it in letters and paperwork in their grandparents' desk, which is exactly what this talk was about. And I just love the again, that human, that hand element to it. There was when they were clearing out their grandfather's desk, they found shopping lists from 1973, train tickets, recipes, letters, notes, like all the kind of ephemera we just collect over a lifetime, and all of the different typography and design elements to them as well. Now, a lot of them, Jayashree and her cousin found when they had already been torn up by uncles and aunts who were helping with the clear up. So they've got all these kind of fragments of history, essentially, from the last kind of 50 years or so. And actually, just as a side note, Jayashree was really inspired by you, Olivia. You got a couple of shout outs from your talks from 2020 I know, it was pretty cool. And seeing that you could find typography inspiration and design inspiration all over the place. And what they did was they found all these scraps and they organized them all, and they found these different themes around decorative elements, around the logos and the evolution of logos, because they found bills and receipts from the same place, but from maybe 10, 20 years apart, and seeing how the branding and the logos had evolved over that time, which was pretty cool. The use of sacred symbols, and then heaps of lists, and just seeing in different years what their grandparents were buying and what they were writing lists for at different times. So, and I love the point that the scraps and these elements of trash, basically, they shared stories. They shared stories of people and of situations and of events over a lifetime, which I thought was pretty cool.
That's interesting.
It was super interesting. The other ones that I really enjoyed, there was a talk by Melanie Uribe, who is a Venezuelan designer, who talks about teaching cultural awareness. And the key idea or thought I took from that, or something to really for all of us to go and consider, is how graphic design and graphic design education more specifically still lacks cultural awareness in its principles, in its curriculum, particularly in Western countries. So really asking the question of how can we incorporate more diverse source material into our classes, into our briefs, and also ones that bring another perspective, and maybe that bring challenging topics of conversation into the classroom, and particularly into a design classroom when we're thinking about what perspectives to share, what view to give, and one that isn't just completely one-sided, or isn't just a particularly, in some cases, kind of colonial view to a certain particular group or topic or situation. So I think that was a really important reminder. And if you are a graphic design educator, I definitely recommend going and watching that video as well. How about you, Micah?
That seems to be an interesting running theme, actually. So I have two favorites today, then I wanted to share with everybody. We'll start with the fun one, which was a most Indian type. And it was a talk exploring faux Indian letters in this one particular font that the speaker had sort of gotten a nice little postcard and ignored the font because everybody sees this font literally everywhere and it's gross and ugly, and didn't even pay attention to it. And the point is that faux Indian, meaning like it is Latin letters in something that vaguely resembles like Devanagari script faces, just as decoration. And so I had made the reference yesterday in teasing this that it was like a deep dive into an Indian version of Comic Sans. I now think maybe it was more like papyrus, because it was mimicking like another culture without really paying any serious homage to it. And so the gut reaction by the designer was like, this is awful, I'm not going to pay attention to this, but sort of paused and asked himself why he thought that, and started really investigating what it was about that script and investigating other scripts that were like that, and then expanding on his faux Indian category and diversifying it and trying to build one of his own, which was an interesting twist, like to go from this is horrible, what a awful font that we all hate, to let's see if we can improve it, which was fun. It was cool. And then my second was an oasis of type and a fount of knowledge, which I don't know if that was intentionally a pun, but I read it as a pun, and I liked that. And this one started off strong with some bold opinions, and I definitely respected that. The speaker, Ishan, came in saying that modernism as a design language was aimed at banishing the lushness of ornament, and was a language of the bourgeoisie, and had a numbing effect on countries like India, where ornament is so respected and loved. And I thought that was really interesting. I have a quote here that I grabbed from what he was saying. He said the feeling behind that is that the lesser civilized a country is, the more it uses ornament. And this could not possibly be further from the truth. And so he shows these beautiful examples of how like naturally expressive and colorful Indian culture can be, and then goes really deep into this awesome project where it was a project that gives local craftswomen from different parts all over India, who he actually points out are often illiterate, gives them this workshop craft environment and a chance to not only express themselves by drawing letters inspired by their own unique local crafts, but also kind of like get interested in letters and reading as well as a potential avenue for literacy, which I thought was like such a beautiful dual purpose, fantastic mission. And he made a point too to say that like these experiences that they were making, these, I don't think he used the word workshop, but it was sort of like a workshop. They didn't restrict them with too many rules and trying to say do things this way, so that they were more empowered to express themselves first through the crafts that they were already good at, rather than being limited by type of Latin convention. And so then they took those unique, authentic craft-based drawings and helped turn them into a Latin font that celebrated that ornateness and beauty of it. So I just thought that was really cool, because he came in strong saying, hey, modernism sucks and the West has ruined a lot of this, and then brought it back to this beautiful place where it's that this can still exist. It's, they're making Latin characters in the end, but more based on the actual people and what they care about and what they're good at and what they do, which I just thought was so freaking cool.
There's so much of that this year, I think, isn't there, around there's definitely a theme of colonialism is terrible in a lot of these talks, and the impact that's had in hiding a lot of traditional scripts, a lot of traditional styles. And I just think, the more we can talk about this and make this part of the regular part of design education. And, even a year or so ago when I was doing some design education as a student, I didn't get any of that. That just wasn't part of the curriculum. And I just think that's, even in 2020, that was the case. So there's a lot to do, a lot to undo as well.
For sure. I think there are structures that are... it's about time we rethink them and or break them down, because even just today in the talks that we highlighted, there is so much emphasis around not trying to evangelize any sort of type style or genre, which is so often how we're taught type design in history. Instead, it's like, oh, wow, let's start from the ground up. Let's look at the humans that are interacting with the type, and let's think about typography in that sort of way, and who's interacting with it, who's relating to it, who is seeing it, because that has so much more soul to it than the common typographic discourse that we're so used to in every day.
Well put, my friend.
Yeah. What are you looking forward to tomorrow, Micah?
Ooh, tomorrow, I've got definitely at least two that I want to highlight. One is totally different from any of the other ones that I've seen, which is discovering the recipe to value-based pricing. It's very businessy, it's very workshoppy, it's very fun. And then the other one that I'm happy to tease is examining indigenous people's writing systems in the context of the great Unicode Emporium.
Juicy. That's a good word.
I've got a similar one tomorrow. I've got on my must-watch list for tomorrow is the Exploring the Cherokee Syllabary by Chris Skillen. So I'm really excited to look into some American Indigenous script and characters and language tomorrow, which I'm excited about. And similar to you, Micah, I've got another businessy one on my list for tomorrow, which is Joanna's Corrier's one around strategy for foundries from Nova Type Foundry.
Ooh.
Exciting. Also looking forward to strategy for foundries. But on my list, I have Chakma Script Handwriting to Digitization by Bavudi Suze Maurice. And I'm also looking forward to Letters Can Speak to You with Different Tones, The Cultural Narrative of Arabic Typefaces by Atafa Mohammadi.
All right, that sounds fun. Shoot, I'm excited for tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Do 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 do.